target. It's too far away. I can't use that item yet. target.
You will never wake the dreamer.
a target.
No, we do not drink blood. That's a San Lane. Totally different emo elf.
Why does everyone automatically assume I know tailoring and cooking?
I need to get closer. I don't have a target. I'm out of range.
does my hair. You might have heard of my stylist. It's called The Void.
I can't find anywhere to get my nails done.
Greetings, traveler.
I am honored.
The winds guide you. May the eternal sun shine upon you. am awake at last.
Light be with you. Go with honor, friend.
What can I do for you?
You need something? Safe travels. Each day is a blessing. Miss Aka.
Hello. Safe travels. Looking for something specific? See you later. You need something? See you around.
Light be with you. Farewell. target. I'm out of range.
Sometimes I have trouble controlling the volume of my voice!
I need a target. I need to get closer. Target. Well met.
evil, no light. There is only power.
I like to fart in the tub.
I don't have a target.
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
King's honor, friend. Well met. Light bless you.
How are you? Safe travels. What can I do for you? See you later.
Me and my girlfriends exchange clothes all the time. We're all the same size.
Hello.
What can I do for you?
Can I help you?
Greetings. Need help?
have a target.
Greetings. Be careful. Need help?
Hey there. Safe travels.
What can I do for you? or the Alliance?
Good day to you. See you around. I supply only the finest goods. Have a good one.
I can't put that there.
Hey there. Safe travels.
Open your heart to the light.
King's honor, friend. Lightly.
Good day to you. See you later.
You need something? See you later.
light be with you. Be careful. Well met. For the Alliance. Hey there. Have a good one. How are you?
None may challenge the Brotherhood. Lapdogs, all of you. Fools! Our cause of righteous shall prevail.
Too far away. target. I'm out of range. It's too far away. I need to get closer. I don't have a target. Target. I'm out of range. Target.
Hello. See you around.
I need a target. target. I need a target. Target. It's too far away.
All right, it's now time for intermission. It's intermission time. is the Portland Police Bureau. Southwest 6th Avenue is open to vehicular traffic. You must immediately vacate the roadway and proceed to the sidewalk. If you remain on the roadway, you're subject to arrest. For disorderly conduct, interfering with a police officer and other state and city officials. To raise the rapers, you have been taken to the street.
So just in case you didn't read it, here's a part that you might agree with. I thought of you when I read this, actually. And here's what his first executive order on the refugees says. The United States should not admit those who engage in acts of bigotry or hatred, those who oppress Americans of any race, gender, or sexual orientation. Do you agree with that?
So I'm curious about how that relates to the 7 countries that was put on the travel, immigration, refugee ban that's currently in place.
What are the 7 countries?
It just seems that if you're going to take... you're asking which of the 7 countries?
Yeah, what are the 7 countries?
Oh, you got like Iran, Iraq. I can't list off all of them, but it lists off 7 countries.
Right.
There's 5 others. I believe that Turkey's probably on it. Syria's on it. Okay, well, Syria's on it.
So what is your formal education background? So I guess a lot of people don't know what your undergraduate degree was in.
So I was at UCLA in political science and then Harvard Law School.
Okay. So you don't have, you wouldn't consider yourself an expert in sociology?
I mean, I don't consider sociology a particularly expert. I think I'm able to read a sociological study.
But, so you're not necessarily...
Yes, there are lots.
Well, I'm getting a lot of topics.
I know a lot less about welding than I do about sociology.
What I'm getting at is that you're not considered an expert in sociology, psychology, gender studies, lesbian dance theory, many of these things that you've brought up tonight.
I know a lot more about all those others than lesbian dance theory. As far as, if you want to take issue with the argument, I would urge you not to use the argument from authority, which is somebody has a PhD by their name, they know what they're talking about. That's a dumb argument.
What I'm trying to get at is that the fact that you get any other further education in any of these topics or any of these fields of study.
I don't need a 7-year degree in sociology, no bullshit when I hear it.
And granted, that's your opinion.
Right, because I'm here, giving it.
That would mean that you're also offering kind of an unqualified opinion on a lot of these topics.
See, again, you're just making the argument from authority. I don't think slapping a PhD from Ferris State next to your name makes you an expert in all things in the field in which you propose to speak. Okay, the fact is that either my argument's good or my argument's bad. Citing to my credentials is a really bad way of making an argument. It's like it's actually the equivalent of, it's so funny, when people do this, it's the equivalent of actually a religious person saying, citing to the Bible for an argument. I'm a very religious person, right? I mean, see this? It's the yarmulke. Okay? I'm a religious person. Okay? I never cite to the Bible. The reason I don't cite to the Bible is because that's an argument from authority. Okay? You may not believe the authority to which I'm citing. I don't believe the authority to which you're citing. So you're going to have to make an argument as to what I'm saying that's wrong, instead of just saying I don't have the properly enumerated degree from the institution.
And I am saying that Donald Trump is not only a monster, but he's a coward. We're talking about somebody who is so emasculated by Vladimir Putin that he has to. I'm gonna have to take that position. That he has to come back and pick on vulnerable kids. Okay. These kids are the most vulnerable children in the country.
Let's get to the core of the issue. Absolutely. Look, I'm never going to get you that Obama should have known that. Let's move from the politics to the science, because this policy has implications that go far beyond bathrooms and locker rooms. The core question is what constitutes male and female. And the implication of these guidelines that Obama put in place is that a man is someone who says he's a man, and a woman is someone who says she's a woman. You get to decide your gender. There's no biological anchor to sex anymore. It's all determined by the individual. So my obvious question for you is, how do I know if a person's male or female? Is there some other absolute standard that people have to meet to be male or female, other than what they say?
one's gender identity is enough to show what gender they are. And so if you're confused about that, I mean, I leave that, to your level of enlightenment and
No, this is, it's not about enlightenment. It's not about moral standards. This is a real question because there are all kinds of institutions in American life that function on a sex-segregated basis. Women's college, sports, both professional and amateur, prisons. And so you're telling me that I can play on a women's sports team when I say I'm a woman.
What we are saying is that in this guidance with public schools, which we're and the vulnerable kids that are there, that there are specific guidelines that these teachers and these supervisors and these principals asked for in how to create safe.
Okay, but now you're going back to the first question. You just said a second ago that
that is what we're talking about.
No, let me take you back 3 sentences. When you said gender identity is determined by the person who possesses it, that's almost exactly what you said.
Correct.
And I'm saying there are massive implications of this that everyone is either too dumb or too embarrassed to explore. Let's do some math. If your sex is what you say it is, then what prevents me from playing on a women's field hockey team? What prevents me from getting convicted of a felony and demanding to go to a women's prison? It's a real question.
It's not.
Why is it not a real question?
It's not a real question because it is pretty absurd, and there are no other examples.
Because why?
Because there are no examples of this. What
do you mean?
I'm sorry, but there are no examples. This is the same argument about saying that this will allow sexual predators to go into women.
I'm not making that argument.
Yes, but you are making that argument.
Okay, what I'm saying is, I just want to know what the standards are. I'm not actually making any claims. I'm merely asking a question, and I want you to answer.
Yes, the standards are
Is there a scientific standard? Because when you deal with questions of biology, that is a species of science. So what's the scientific standard? I'm a scientist. I want to know if you're a man or a woman. How do I find out?
Look, these are discussions that I encourage you to have with someone who is transgender, and they can come and talk to you about.
I don't need that to speak to a I can speak to you because you think about this stuff for a living. So it's a very simple question.
Yes.
I want to know if you're a man or a woman. I'm a scientist. How do I find out?
Your gender identity determines your gender.
So should someone who looks like me, look like a man, you think I was a man, I said I'm a woman. And I demand to play a women's sports team. I demand to go women's hockey. I demand a special business administration loan for women-owned businesses. That's a real thing. That's a $1 billion question. For real. Can you turn me down if I say I'm a woman?
The question that is on the table right now is about Title IX.
Let's not
and about guidance. No, but you want to go off on
Title IX applies. It's not a tangent. Title IX applies and was created around the question of women's sports. So, as a apparent man, if I say I'm a woman, is that enough? Do I meet the standard as a woman playing a women's sports team? That goes right to Title IX. Don't dodge the question.
I'm not dodging the question. This is something the Supreme Court is going to be looking at next month. And yes, the answer is absolutely yes.
Okay.
Gender identity determines one's gender.
Let me ask you
period.
this.
And this is a matter of civil rights.
Is there science behind this? Because I know that people often get really. I want you to name a single scientist, just one, who says you can determine your own sex just by saying so. Can you name one scientist who says that?
I'd be happy to send you many after.
A scientist who said you can determine your own sex. An actual scientist. Someone who went to college.
Listen, you clearly have some issues.
We all have questions that you can't answer. And you're instead throwing things like you're not enlightened. I'm asking you a sincere question. What's the science behind this? And you're deflecting. Why?
I'm simply not deflecting. This is a matter of settled science, and it is something.
What's the science exactly? That you are what you say you are? Can I change my race too? And don't dodge that question. That's a real question.
No, you cannot.
Why? Why can't I change my race, but I can change my sex? What's the difference?
It is not about changing. It is not about changing.
Well, why
this
isn't
is about
it?
inherently who people are.
Really? But if I say I'm inherently of another race, who are you to say I'm not?
I mean, again, you're getting into this silly hypothetical.
It's not silly at all. 2 years ago, nobody thought you could change your own sex. And you're saying it's settled science.
One, that's simply not true. We have had transgender protections in this country.
But you haven't explained what transgender is. You're just saying it's whatever we say it is.
Look, we want to go into this in this right-wing pseudoscience.
It's not right-wing at all.
It is. It absolutely.
It's pseudoscience, right? You name. I will give you $1,000 if you can find any scientist, like an actual biologist, and an accredited American college, let me go on this show and say, here's the science, here's the state of play of biology 2017, name your sex, and that's what it is.
There's no science. Why you won't answer the question.
I'll answer any question always.
Excellent. Why shouldn't schools who are asking for it get guidance on how to create safe environments for all their kids?
I would say that guidance exists. It floats on the internet, and if it's merely guidance, then the federal government needs no more to do with it. They can say, here's our guidance. You're undermining your own argument, which was weak to begin with.
If it is as simple as that, then why do you care so much?
Unfortunately, we're out of time. I'm actually enjoying this, but I want you to produce the scientists, just one. And let's make it Harvard. And I'll give you $1,000. And I'm not attacking anybody. I'm just asking the question.
How can you argue that racism is not a driving factor in income inequality?
Because it has nothing to do with race and everything to do with culture. And when you have a culture that doesn't, you know what? Explain to me. You explain to me why black kids aren't graduating high school. Explain that one to me. Explain to me why black kids are shooting each other in rates significantly higher than whites are shooting each other. Explain to me why 13% of the population is responsible for 50% of the murder. Explain to me why the number of black kids in prison, not for innocent reasons, not for walking down the street and getting pulled into a prison, is so high. Explain, if it has nothing to do with culture, explain to me why the single motherhood rate in the black community jumped from 20% to 70% in the same course of time that the civil rights movement has made such tremendous strides. Is America more racist now than it was in 1960? And if it is, please explain to me how that happened.
Anybody can jump in. It's an open mic there.
That's in the media.
Michelle, what do you people want?
What do I want?
Michelle.
When you say you people, what do you mean?
The complaining black people, blaming others for the failure of their parents and their lives, blaming others for whatever it is you complain about. What is it exactly do you want from white people?
First of all, I'm just going to take a breath. And
I'm trying to find out what you want.
What's your nationality?
American.
Are you white?
I'm black American.
Oh, okay.
What do you want?
You Caucasian.
Oh, you do? And why do you think that? Why do you think
that? Because you seem to separate yourself from us, should I say?
In
Put
what
us on
way?
the other side
In what
of the
way?
fence. In the ways that you've specified thus far.
Meaning what? Tell me. Give me an example and tell me what you mean.
How you mean? What do you people want from white people? Meaning that I'm not with you.
Oh, okay, I got
It's just y'all by yourself, right?
Let me explain why I do that. What you don't know is that there are two realities in life.
Mm-hmm.
One is that of good and one is that of evil. And now that I've been able to overcome evil, I don't identify with angry, evil black people. I identify with other blacks and others who are on the side of good. And so that's why I say you people because I have to divide myself or separate myself from evil and go along with good. So that's why I do that.
What is it that makes us evil?
I'm sorry, your anger, your blaming others for your problems, your lack of love and respect for yourself and others.
Okay.
The vast majority of people who are stopped and frisked are black and Hispanic. That's because the vast majority of people in New York City who actually commit gun crimes are black and Hispanic. I'm sorry, I can't do anything about that.
How many statistical regressions do we have to run? That's not true. Look, and
yes, that is 96% of all gun assailants in June, January to June 2008. 95% of all gun assailants in the city of New York are black or Hispanic.
Guys, again, how many regressions do we have to run? Black and Latino folks are overrepresented in being pulled over, in being tried, in being sentenced, in being incarcerated again and again and again and again and again. What's those numbers? You don't believe it. No.
You know why? The reason I don't believe that is because let's take speeding. Let's agree on facts.
That's how we have a democracy when we can't.
Right, because you don't care about them and I do. So it is not anybody's fault that 50% of the murders are committed by young black men. It's not the fault of the people who are putting them in prison that those people happen to be black. It's not the fault of the New Jersey Turnpike Police that they're pulling over 23% black men when they did a statistical analysis and found that 25% of the people speeding were black. Okay, again, since 1994, in the 75 largest cities in America, when they analyzed whether there's overrepresentation in crimes that were reported, not just crimes that were charged, crimes that were reported versus the prison population, they found that blacks and Hispanics were statistically underrepresented. The biggest problem for blacks and Hispanics living in the inner city is that there aren't enough police officers there to actually take care of them and police the crime and make their city safe for investment in education.
You look at the at least statistics and you say, oh look, there's a study. Hey, there's a massive overrepresentation. Let's just look at drug crimes, which are the largest proportion. So you don't want to talk about gun crimes, drug crimes. The predominant reason why people are incarcerated in this country is mostly because of nonviolent drug offenses. And study after study. Black and Latino folks, far overrepresented in terms of arrests, in terms of charging, in terms of sentences. Get harsher sentences when they're sentenced.
That's not true. That when it comes to college admissions, for example, there are more women than men going to college.
That's correct.
When it comes to graduate schools, there are more women than men going to graduate schools. Okay, when it comes to jail, which you just cited, the vast, well over 90% of the people in jail are men. Is that because the system is sexist against men? I'm really arguing that the jailing system is now sexist against men because there are more men than women in prison. That's really your argument.
No, it does happen to also be the case that more men commit crimes.
Which is something that happens when women. I mean, one of the things that has been studied, and sociologists have sort of spoken to this, is that when you tell women in mass that they're not allowed to have careers, and then you replace their career with exclusively motherhood, some fucked up shit happens. And it's that helicoptering, and that when all of that energy is focused on the house and child, you end up with some sort of fucked up psychological shit happening. You really do.
You know what? I knew the mom.
You not read the feminist tapes? You missed that book.
Your college life, okay, was a total waste of time. All your professors are stupid. All their books are written in gibberish. There's no such thing as intersectionality. That was all a waste of money. All that debt was a waste of time. In fact, what you learned in college was unfacts. So you actually came out dumber.
What is?
Oh my God!
You guys, hold on.
That's
real quick. What exactly?
And then they talk. They go, "Didn't you know that race doesn't exist? It's in a stupid fucking book written by an asshole liberal who made up a bunch of shit and drew some graphs."
No,
how can you not know about intersectionality?
Can I just get to the bottom of it? Because I did not go to college per se.
We got time for 2 more questions. We'll go over here for the last time to the left, or my left. Go ahead.
Hi, Holly. My question is, as a woman in a male-dominated field, do you think that you get all the respect that you really deserve for what you do? Especially with all of the people here whistling at you and making comments about your appearance.
Fuck ISIS!
Yeah!
Team America! Vegas live!
Yeah, I really want to know her answer. All right.
You know what?
You talk about law school, and I think it's interesting to note because I think we're both feminist.
I never considered myself a feminist. All during my professional career, whether it be a lawyer or a judge, I never belonged to a woman's organization. I didn't want to be, I wasn't a woman lawyer. I was a lawyer who happened to be a woman. And I wasn't a woman judge. I was a judge who happened to be a woman. I actually never felt, probably I was too stupid to know that I was held back at any time because of my gender. And I still don't feel as if there was any time in my life when I thought that being a woman held me back. You define yourself. If you let other people define you, that's a mistake. So I never felt the need to have a feminine organization behind me, although I'm sure that in some way they were assistance to me along the way.
Studies that are coming out now, Cornell, 2015, women going into STEM subjects have a 2-to-1 advantage over men going for the same jobs. Fewer women do apply, but they all get the jobs.
You've got to have the degree, you've got to have done STEM, you've got to have the A-levels, the GCSE, and then the degree.
Yes, and when women choose to do that, they have a 2-to-1 advantage over men in the workplace, and they get paid less effectively.
You have to decide, in England you have to try at 15 if you're going to do science school or not, and at 15 women and girls aren't encouraged to do so. So yes, they're more likely to, but the amount of them doing it is vanishing, or not vanishing, rare, quite rare.
Again, you have to explain, if you believe that the number of women in STEM subjects
Need help?
is too
Go with
low,
honor.
because women are only encouraged to do science subjects, there aren't enough women in physics and maths and philosophy, you have to explain why women dominate biology, why women dominate medicine.
Because of the girly sciences.
What does that mean?
The sciences that are more linked to caring professions.
I don't think you should make generalizations like that. Some people find that kind of offensive.
So that clearly shows that she doesn't like.
Well, I never said she was consistent, but she did write an article in the wake of the Charlotte Proudman issue, and there was a lawyer who decided she didn't want to be a lawyer anymore, she wanted to be a Guardian columnist, so she made a name for herself by complaining that a man had said she looked nice. Well, I'm sorry, love. So she went to town, publicly shamed him.
I suspect this is those people would rather have fundamental tax.
I am really interested to hear where you're going there, because I don't think I read it.
In your piece, you said that if it was a man, you'd probably have laughed. Do you want me to quote it?
I'm genuine. Yes, I would, because I'm not saying you're wrong. I just don't remember writing it.
I'll find it while you're
After this one last question, just to clarify.
Yeah, it was, if I knew that a male member of staff was speculating about how I look naked, I would cause the sort of fuss that would make Charlotte Proudman look meek. If I heard a female colleague doing the same thing about Andrew in accounts, I'd probably laugh and I might even join in.
You've expressed interest in superheroes, and a lot of Hollywood is coming out that the representation is very over-sexualized. What do you think about the portrayal in media?
Of superheroes? Superhero women? I mean, the guys have like 16 packs. I mean, it's very much like an over-idealized idea of what, a human being should be. And so, I think that the male superheroes are overly masculinized and, the women are overly feminized. And, I think that's just part of like the whole superhero universe.
Come here and say this to my face, come on! Let's have a debate, please! I'm looking for an educated Trump leader.
When black people die, when
Let
black
me hear this.
black people are killed in a church, that's a fucking terrorist attack.
Whose fault is that?
A white man!
It's a white man's fault! What about the fact that this young man was on psychotropic drugs?
What about the fact he had a fucking Confederate flag?
What about the fact that this man and almost every other mass killer has been on psychotropic drugs?
That means we have a mental health problem, but it's also the fault of the white.
So let me ask you this. Do you know who's taking money from Big Pharma?
Hillary! Everybody!
Wrong! Donald Trump has taken $0 from Big Pharma. I stuck you on that one. Do you have anything else?
Fuck you!
Great comment! She's undefeated. Who's next?
Now, whether you've had a terrible situation happen to you, or whether you've had something nice happen to you, like you won the lottery. Oh, I dropped out twice.
Milo, go get it.
Milo.
Go get your pot.
Milo.
You don't have a college degree, right?
Sorry?
Milo, you don't have a college degree, right?
No, I don't.
How much money do you make?
A lot. I believe that the market rewards talent, hard work, and ingenuity. And I'm relatively willing to bet that I earn more in a year than this entire standing group will through their entire lives. if you have something to offer the world, whether or not you get a piece of paper, you can go out, offer it to the world, and the world will pay you a fair market rate for it. If you don't, you stand up with pieces of. Any other questions?
Marla, let me say, I heard you were accused of being a Nazi before, and as a Jew, thank you for being the nicest Nazi I've ever.
There's only one kind of camp I endorse, and it's what gave me this hair.
So I've actually got a two-part question. I know you've got a few of those tonight, so I'm sorry for belaboring this. The first one is, I am actually a PhD student. I'm actually in the row of a few math PhDs as well. We're academics. We're conservative, as you might imagine, and thankfully being in STEM, we're not really in danger of having any classes.
For those of you on this side of the room, he's saying you're dumb. I'm explaining that because you're dumb. Sorry, sir, carry on.
But we told you he's an Article 4 free inhabitant, so he does not have to have a license. This is on recording. Article 4, free inhabitant, pursuant to the Articles of Confederation. You can look it up. It's in the United States Book of Codes. It is your laws you have to follow.
All right, I will do that.
Article 4, free inhabitant, pursuant to the Articles of Confederation.
Put the camera down for me. Is that if it records, that's fine. But I don't want you holding anything.
No weapons, no weapons. All right, no.
Okay. So what I'm going to ask you to do is the same thing.
You get out of the car?
Yes.
No, I'm not getting out of the car.
All
You
right.
can go get your superior.
Well, I am going to tow this car, and you cannot be in the vehicle while I'm towing this vehicle.
Well, if you go get your superior,
That's not
he'll
gonna happen right
clarify that he can be set free because he does not
That's
have
not
to have
going
a
to
license.
happen right now, young lady. So either you're going to come out of the car on your own free will, or I'm going to assist you.
You're a tall one. I'm going to get out of the car and walk down to that house.
No, you are not free to leave right now.
Are you saying you have authority over me?
Yes, I do.
You have proven authority over me.
Yes, I do.
How did you do that?
The County of Imperial through the sheriff.
You do not have authority over a human being,
Right,
over
well,
a free
you know what?
inhabitant.
Do you want to argue the point?
You need to go look up your
I don't
laws.
have to look at anything right now. What I need to do is get you out of the vehicle. If you have identification, please hand the identification over to me.
No.
Identify yourself to me.
And I'm not going to step out of the vehicle.
All right. Well, you know, you are impeding my investigation. You are delaying me, which is a penal code violation in the state of California.
That law only applies to U.S. citizens.
Well, we're a U.S. citizen.
I am not a U.S. citizen.
Well, see, that's
I am
your
a free
mistake.
inhabitant. I am of the earth. I do not belong to any corporation. I do not belong to any country.
Yeah, but as
no.
long as you're in the sovereign states of the United States, you will abide by the rules and laws.
See,
and you have certain protection.
a free inhabitant they are allowed to. They're free people. They have all of the rights of a U.S. citizen without following any of their laws.
Well, that would just be pure anarchy if that were the case.
No, because
So
we're
I'm gonna have
peaceful
you step
people.
out of the
We're
vehicle
peaceful
for me,
people. You go call them up and ask them, and they'll tell you exactly what I'm talking
Well,
about.
I don't know who to call.
Your superior.
Well, I am a superior to a certain extent.
So call your superior.
Well, it's going to take a couple hours or so for somebody to come down.
Well, just
and that's
call
not going to
them.
happen right now.
Well, then we're gonna have to solve it some other way.
All right.
We just need to. You need to call in, tell them I'm a free inhabitant, and find out what
Well,
that is.
I am going to tow this vehicle, young lady, so you cannot be in this vehicle.
I understand that. So all right, then I'm gonna get out of the vehicle and I'm going to walk down to that house
No, you're
because
not.
you do not have authority
No, you're
over
not.
me. Well, then I'm not getting out of the vehicle.
No, you're not.
Why?
You're not free to leave.
Why?
As soon as I conclude the rest of my investigation, you will be free to leave. As far as I know, you have not done anything wrong at this point, but you are slowly reaching to that point
you know what?
to 148 PC.
I'll get out of the vehicle for you. I will get out of the vehicle. I'm getting
All right, well, you're not free to leave.
You're
going to take the bag off.
No, I'm
You're going
not.
to take the bag off.
No, I'm not. Hey! You're raping me. This is rape. This is rape. This is rape. Okay.
Relax your arms.
It's relaxed.
Stop fighting with
It's
me.
relaxed.
Stop fighting with me. Stop fighting.
All right. I'm not fighting.
Section 2, 5, 6. I got a valid X-ray.
Here, I'm lifting my arm up. I'm lifting my arm up. It hurt. Okay, I told you what I was doing.
This is pain compliance, okay? It's not meant to be comfortable.
This is
Do I have
illegal.
your attention?
This is completely illegal. No! Take
I can't.
You're not putting me in the car. You can wait till you get superior. You are not taking my bag off. You can handcuff me with my bag on.
You're right, I will. Relax.
I'm relaxed. Don't touch my bag!
What can I do for you?
You're gonna get in so much trouble, you son of a bitch! You're gonna get sued. You don't even know what you're doing. I'm telling you, I'm
Young
gonna
lady,
fucking sue you.
Stop.
What's your name?
How are you?
Our fucking Godona. You're gonna get arrested. You're gonna get fucking. Oh my God! You don't know your own laws.
Relax, young
You
lady.
don't know your own laws.
Relax, young lady.
I can't believe you just did this.
You need to calm down.
You're gonna get in trouble. You don't know your own laws.
Calm down.
You're illegally doing this. I told you I was a free inhabitant.
Calm down.
You are illegally doing this.
Young lady, calm down.
You are illegally doing this. I told you this is against my will. You did this illegal. You cut my bag.
All right, you're under arrest.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. Give me my stuff.
Relax.
No.
You're
Leave
under
me alone.
You can't have this big camera around.
You can go get your superior.
I will.
Go get,
somebody-
and I'm
but not
waiting
right
right here. Go get your fucking superior. You son of a bitch. Give me my fucking stuff. You fucking asshole.
You need to calm down.
You need to fucking learn your goddamn job because you don't know your fucking laws. Go get your superior and go
Calm
get your
down.
fucking laws.
Let's go.
No. You son of a fucking bitch. Fuck you. You stupid son of a bitch. You don't know what you're fucking doing. You're gonna get fucking in trouble. Oh my God.
You're simplifying the issues that were on the plate of the nation at that point. I mean, we were looking at reverting a depression at that point. Everyone, the Fed
Well, I
chairman.
disagree that we were going into a depression, but go ahead.
Do you have a degree in economics?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Highest honor.
I hope that the Honourable Gentleman's boss's recent emergency landing in Luton is not a bad omen, but we do wish the all-male ministerial team well at this crucial time.
Mr. Dunk. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I thank the Honourable Lady for her warm welcome to me, at least, but I would respectfully point out to her that the noble Baroness Annerly, who is also a Minister of State at the Foreign Office, when I last spoke to her, was a woman. And
So this is a two-parter, forgive me. But, okay, so there is this, like, everybody, like, saw the, like, feminism is cancer thing on, like, in the library, got torn down and stuff, right? Like,
Whoever did that deserves a slap on the bottom. Horrible behavior.
oh my goodness. It's funny, and then, like, so the news was about Breitbart, so they had this video, and it's like, would you rather have your child be a feminist or have cancer?
Yeah, the students at Michigan did that. It was funny.
Yeah. So, and they like promoted it, but it's funny. So my freshman year of high school, I was diagnosed with cancer, and I had Hodgkin's lymphoma. I had stage 4 cancer, like from my neck down to like my pelvis. So like that's where all the tumors were. But like I'm also, and I hate to break it to you, I'm a feminist too. So like, would you what would you tell my parents like when I was diagnosed and like almost about to die? Would you be like, I'm so sorry that she also believes in like equality of the sexes? Like that's so
I see. I would quote my favorite rapper, and I would say, if you can take a dick, you can take a joke.
Oh wait.
Next question, please.
Okay, wait, no, it's a two-parter. I said it was a two-parter.
All right, go ahead. You've been a good sport. Go ahead.
Because you seem to be really angry with feminists about cancer, and I just feel so bad. Like,
No, I'm not angry for feminists with cancer. You seem to misunderstand how humor works.
oh, I'm sorry. I really don't understand humor. I'm just a woman, so I mean.
This is so
It's not what you're doing.
The next question. Thank you very much.
No, I'm not done. So when I did
The dominant narrative is your sticker. The dominant narrative in America is white people are evil, white people suck, we should be ashamed of ourselves. And
I don't think we should be ashamed of ourselves. I think that we should take responsibility for the system that we've created.
The best system in the world?
Oh, we do not have the best system
Who
in the
has
world.
a better system?
There are many European countries that are much better off.
Oh, you mean European countries with a higher density of whites, like Northern Europe.
That's one way to phrase it, I guess.
You don't mean Turkey.
No.
You don't mean Eastern Europe
No.
with the communists. So the only time you can come up with a system that's better than America, it's a country that's more white than America. I don't understand. Like, I just want to know where the data is that supports this universe of white supremacy. Is it because whites are doing well?
It's just that makes it sound like we did all the right things. We've built this country on a system for hundreds of years that allows whites to do well. We have generations that have supported our success, and we have taken away support from communities of color. So that is why communities of color are not doing well in America. It's not because white people are doing so well for themselves. We're just such a great people. I mean, I'm not...
So the reason whites are doing well is because we cheated.
Yeah.
But if you look at the data of Asians, you will find way more Asian privilege than there is white privilege. Asians make way more money than whites. They're way more educated than whites. They are less likely to experience any kind of crime than whites are. They're less likely to die of work than whites are. I mean, the list goes on. They don't suffer. Asian, everything you can say about white privilege is more true with Asian privilege. No one grabs the first one and... Pardon? Pigeonholes them as successful? I don't think anyone minds being pigeonholed like that. Hey, Mr. Successful, why don't you go drive a nice car?
As harmful as how stereotypes, certainly.
Okay, so why don't you start at the top and then let's try to dismantle Asian privilege.
I don't have a target.
Well, it fits all the criteria of white male privilege.
What do you mean by that?
They get better jobs, they get better educations, no one sees them as threatening. Everything that you can say that whites cheated to get is more prevalent in an Asian society.
You want to take the Democrats to task in the first half of the last century? I am more than happy to do It wasn't his race bait.
Black History Month you find ridiculous. Why?
You're going to relegate my history to a month? Oh, well, what do you do with yours? Which month is Black History? Oh, come on. Okay. Well, I'm Jewish. Which month is Jewish history?
I need a target.
There is. Oh, why not? Do you want one? No, I don't either. I don't want a Black History. Black History is American. Oh, we got to get I'm talking about it. I'm going to stop calling you a white man. And I'm going to ask you to stop calling me a black man.
Time to listen up, you silly liberal fruitcakes. I came out here and wanted to tell some jokes. Let's do some reality checks here. You have any idea, sir, how pathetic it must be to be you? These people wanted to come out and have a good time, hear a few jokes, some thoughtful discussion, but your head pops off the pillow in the morning with, oh, how can I be a professional victim today? Let me go in and screw with their act just because, oh my God, your parents didn't tell you that your opinion wasn't worth that much. Look, they're confused. They're confused. You know why? Because I'm not your gender studies professor who has to cater to your trigger warning, microaggression, safe space bullshit. I didn't want to do this. I wanted to come out and tell a few jokes. You created this monster. We have to go. 10 more minutes of this. Let this reverberate. Let it be a life lesson. This monster right here that you're so afraid of, makes you see in your nightmares, was created by social justice warrior assholes like you. open idea. Oh, I'm a racist. There you go. What would you look at in social media studies 101? Right next to the giant, I don't know, wild boar. I couldn't see who said there's no such thing as that shit. Guess what? If you you are, okay? No, it's okay, because I got a pass and a fat pass today. We wanted to come out here and tell a few jokes. We wanted to have a thoughtful discussion. We want an open conversation of ideas. You guys can't be grown adults enough to literally wait 10 minutes to the point where we open the floor. And unlike leftists, guess what? We try and ban you when your speakers come to school. We don't show up and protest and call them, oh, shut up, you just got to come back 5
I need a target.
The jerk store, Carl, they're running out of you, George Costanza, you went little diva. By the way, the kids are coming out. You're not even more okay. Your really reason you picked it, but because you thought it was your best chance of getting laid. You just decided to walk on in and try and pick up chicks at the San Francisco retread pot smoking drum circle, only to realize that your very glance in the direction of a woman causes a barren. Come out here and give someone the finger, but it's because they walk out. This chick is a show like that. At least when you go back to like were fighting the system. They thought they were trying to create transparency. They really thought they were for free speech. You people are openly and completely against it. You're not fighting for free speech. You're not fighting for rights. You're fighting for the right to be a pussy and not hear opinions that you don't like. I'm done. If you only take one piece of advice from this, okay? Please, sincerely, don't be an asshole your whole life.
What is Oculus's approach to their clear gender gap and how you're gonna not port that into VR?
We are having a hard time hiring all the people that we want. It doesn't matter what they look like.
Yeah.
Also, this notion of England, or indeed Britain, as uniquely a nation of immigrants is preposterous. That every European country is a blend. Of course it is. There are two great differences.
It's too far away.
I was wondering, where are you?
Here, and I pay full taxes. Can I just say, as you have chosen to be personal and invidious, let me share a little story with you. One of the great things that is essential to Britishness is a sense of public duty. That you do things for public, organisations, parties. Ms. Penny, who has been advertising for a great deal, were due to debate for a very impoverished little society called the Thomas Paine Society on the virtues of a republic on the one hand and a monarchy on the other. I was prepared to do it for free. She insisted on trying to charge such a large fee that the event had to be cancelled. Now I think that is as mean and grasping as some runt comedian, and I will not be lectured to by a jumped up public school girl like you. I came from the bottom, and I will not have it.
Excuse me. May I respond to that? I think I deserve a right of reply to that. I personally feel that asking to be paid...
Did you or did you not do what I've just said?
I was going to respond to that, but...
Why not do it straight away? Did you or did you not claim such a large fee that the event had to be cancelled?
No, I didn't, Mr.
Well, then every member of the committee is lying, and you clearly, as usual, are telling the truth.
No, this is not what was said to me.
I have emails. That wonderful method of tracking.
No, I don't think I'm going to respond to it. One of the reasons the event was cancelled partly because they couldn't find a speaker because they were trying to fly me out, and part of the reason that the cost for that on top of my being asked to be paid for 2 days' work because I actually don't earn very much.
They had 2 pretty good speakers there already.
Well,
No, she backed out because she wasn't being paid.
Anyway,
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
we're running over time, but I want to come back.
I really don't appreciate being stood on stage to be personally attacked and having a finger
I want
dragged
to
in
come
my
back to
face.
Englishness versus Britishness, but Vivian.
No, I don't know if you can hear me, but I think the point.
I think I'd like to say something about Britishness in terms of what's just gone on here, which I've been but I attempted to make a point and had a person on this panel shouting and pointing in my face, and in fact the point that Professor Starkey raised about my dropping out of a panel where we were due to speak together, my main reason for doing so is that I didn't want something like that to happen. I felt that I was being set up to be attacked, and part of the reason I decided to. This is a difficult thing to say, and it's easier to say to event organisers that you're going to charge ridiculous and not necessarily ridiculous, but be asked to go.
Right.
On the other, excuse me, I haven't finished my point. I haven't finished my point. My point is that this is what debates like this come down to. There's a civil way of putting racial prejudice. There's also I'm sorry.
Okay, one final word.
I wanted to say that there's a violence inherent in this discussion, and this is very, very easy. He is erect.
From the chaos in Baltimore that had people cheering for more.
Mother of the Year.
I leaped out of my chair and said, yes!
I was captivated. Captivated by a Baltimore mother reading the riot act to her 16-year-old son. To remove him from the riot. We now know her name is Toya Graham, a single mom of 5 girls and a boy. Here's what she told CBS News about her brand of tough love.
And at the end of the day, I don't want him to be a funny grab.
For a man who her tough discipline won muttered admiration and outright applause.
Of a mother desperately trying to keep her son from joining the riots. And you know, she saw. Yeah!
She quickly started to trend on Twitter, #BaltimoreMom. She went to pick up her son at the mall because she heard trouble was brewing there.
And he said, Mom, when I seen you, my instinct was to run. You know, I'm a no-tolerant mother. He knew he was in trouble.
The video was shared and analyzed from the right.
Like, look, right there is the moment that I think just gripped my heart.
And the left.
Here's a kid that'll take a brick and throw at a cop, but ducks when his mother comes and slap him.
Is he the perfect boy? No, he's not. But he's mine.
Red one, line. If you really are the mother of all moms, this kind of tough guy son.
I think one of the prevailing things that are happening here is that what I'm hearing is this intense sort of discussion around self-hatred and when you're in a bigger body. And I wanted to ask people, like down the front here, is your life better? Are you happier? Is everything better now that you're slightly smaller than you were before? I mean, I think one of the things.
Well, let's get an answer to the question. Are you? Absolutely. And I'm not a little bit smaller. I'm a lot smaller. And I did do research into everything. I can still have kids, and that may not have happened if I had stayed the size I was. Like, my question to you is, can you honestly say that you are 100% happy and healthy? Like, you have no medical conditions whatsoever. You have no problems with your health. At your weight, No. The question's been asked. What's the answer?
justify her decision.
I
And
asked her
she's
if she was
asking.
happy. I didn't ask
Yeah.
her to justify what her health issues now, or if there is any.
But have you got any health issues?
No, I'm perfectly happy.
I'd love to know, like, what eating.
Yeah, it's just just assumed that I eat bad food because
No,
of
I
my
know. I'd love to
size.
know, because if you're really healthy, if you have any so you're completely
2.5 kilometers a
It's
day.
too far away.
Actually justify my existence.
But we're all talking about this. I mean, the whole show is about so it's not an unreasonable
surgery, and we haven't actually talked about the possibility of actually living a life in your life.
No, but we
in
have.
this body.
We have talked about that. But all I'm saying is that a question to anyone about what they eat in the context of this program, anyone in this room, is perfectly reasonable, I think.
Well,
But it's interesting that they've only been directed at fat people.
No. It's not about being fat or not being fat. It's about what everybody eats. Well, it's about what everybody eats, what health is. What health is. I think it's perfectly reasonable. Where you've got research that suggests that people who are overweight and can be more I think it's quite reasonable. When we're talking about diet, talking about losing weight, gaining weight.
Yeah, I just want to give you a floor in there. I feel a heavy amount of towards you. But thank you for sharing your into our campus. People from different sides, and because of the First Amendment, I can say that, right?
Well, thank you.
But I do have a real question in there. Your
I'm
video.
glad, because if there was no question mark at the end, this was going to be a real downer.
In your video where you debunk white privilege, you talk about how white privilege is a made-up term by privileged minorities. So I was wondering if you can elaborate on some of the privileges that you think minority groups have.
Okay, so in privileges in law, so when I say privilege, I'm actually going to talk about legal standing. Okay, so affirmative action is a privilege. Affirmative action is a privilege. Subprime mortgage is designed to appeal to minority recipients without proper qualifications, and that is a privilege. And those are a couple examples of privilege. Privilege would also be the police being told that they can't police in communities the same way they would in other communities because they don't understand the problems of minority communities. That's a privilege. And by the way, these privileges are not helpful, but these are. It is certainly it's very difficult for me to see not a privilege. When the Asian guy who's living in exactly the same circumstance, he gets penalized 50 points, you get 230 points on the SATs. That is definitionally a privilege. So there's one. Do you disagree?
Yeah, but I don't want to take up everyone's time, so I'm just going to let.
To me, it's almost like reverting back to the civil rights movement. Now we're telling fat folks that they have to buy an extra seat. Not too long ago, my grandparents had to sit on the back of a bus. It's almost like segregating folks based on the way they look. Don't act like you're offended. You're so offended. So
Well, I don't think we can let people sit there. I find that so incredibly offensive and offensive to the people who, at the hands of that despicable organization, have suffered.
You are coming from a totally different place than Jillian is coming from.
Why would you project something like that on
Because
stage?
you're projecting it, own it. If it is what it is, I would respect you so much more. Say what it is. You have a problem with fat people. I would respect you so much more if you said, look, fat, I hate you, get the weight off.
Well, I understand you're passionate
Keep
about
your
this.
chin up, eh?
This is a picture of you with your grandmother. And you obviously...
I obviously hate her, don't I? Just hate her. Hate my mom, hate my dad. Why could you say something like that? You know nothing about me other than that. May I finish one statement?
You know nothing about me.
I haven't gotten to finish one statement. If you read my blog, if you go to AskTheInterviews.com, if you go to FindingThin.com, you'll find out I really am. But don't say that I hate these certain group of people when nothing further from the truth.
Owen Schroyer from Infowars.com. Not real news. All we're doing is putting a microphone in citizens' face. Oh, no, really? So you're saying me putting a microphone in people's face to talk is smearing them? No, you don't follow our channel. Come here, sir. Come here, sir. Come here. offering you a chance to talk. See, you're smearing yourself. Here we go.
In some way, get a form or something.
He's got nothing! Sorry, folks. I got so fired up, you know. People say all this stuff about Trump. They have nothing to say. No death. This guy says Alex Jones is a liar just to stump himself. What about Jade Hell?
Federal government take over Texas.
They did. They enacted many drills.
Federal government took over Texas. Is that what you're saying?
Are you saying that Jade Helm exercises didn't happen?
No, they happened.
So what's your point?
Because the entire point was that it was the federal government trying to take over Texas.
Are you familiar with geolocation and geotracking and geomapping? It's a government document, sir. Okay, so you're the one that comes to this debate uneducated. I'm citing government documents. No, sir. You said Alex Jones or Jade Helm. I cited the government document that existed in exercise, and then you... Well, you brought up Jade Helm, and now how am I using it out of context? Geospatial mapping?
Yeah, okay, what is it?
Okay, so everyone here has a cell phone, correct? At any given time, because of the applications on your cell phone, you have signed away your rights. They can turn on your camera. They can turn on your microphone. They can turn on everything. They have Snapchat. Snapchat has facial recognition, folks. What do you think you're doing with that technology? Absolutely correct. So I was responding to the gist man. So what do you say about that? I just told you what geospatial mapping is.
I got nothing else to say.
So I beat you in a debate.
No, you didn't.
I'm a liar.
Yeah.
What did I lie about?
I don't know. You work for Alex Jones.
I will promise this man this. We will put this entire video on YouTube, sir. I promise you that.
Most people that have guns don't use them on other people. You said if you have a gun, you're going to use it.
Well,
you don't.
What's that old saying? If you have a gun, you better be able to use it?
Yes. Most people are overwhelmingly good.
Okay,
yeah,
well,
but most people have a gun. 350 million Americans, there are 310 million guns.
Right, that doesn't mean that most people have a gun. It doesn't distribute exactly that
But,
way.
you know, people, are blaming violence in movies and videos on this.
That's
No,
insane.
really? What is it called? Art of War, Man of War? What do the kids play?
Call of Duty.
We don't allow that in our house. Really? So busy buying Call of Duty. There needs to be more hugs in households.
Listen, nothing in Call of Duty says you can't hug your family.
Well, you know what?
Nothing
This
says-
boy's favorite game pen was Call of Duty.
Yes, and many peaceful people. You're doing the same thing. Call of Duty is the most popular game there is. Everyone's playing it. So of course, bad people are going to play it too. To try to blame Shakespeare and the violence of Shakespeare and the violence of art for is something that's been happening for years and is all wrong. People must take responsibility. We must stop blaming society and actually.
So I beat you in a debate.
In the real world is something we're trying for years and is always wrong. People must take responsibility. We must stop blaming society and actually is something that young people like and enjoy, and it's a game. And most of those people are violent. Most of the people are violent.
We need to take responsibility for our own houses.
And we have to stop disliking our children. We attack comic books. We attack monster movies. Now we're attacking video games. Love our children and know that they can.
It does. I don't with that.
Blame the killers. Why not blame the killers? The artists. Blame the killers, not the artists. Why are you blaming artists for something that bad people did? And Shakespeare is not a bad person. He wrote beautiful stuff. It has suicide, it has murder, and it tells us something about our hearts. And people who watch Shakespeare don't kill. And Call of Duty is art. It is not some sort of propaganda thing. And that's an easy way out.
How about this? This is a case of violence with guns, video games, and mental health. Now, here's a kid who was borderline autistic, Asperger's, not supposed to shooting people. If they have no social skills, it's been, well, he ain't no social
One data point of evidence on that.
I'm not saying that.
Well, you just said it.
Well, let me try. Here's a person who has troubles figuring out what's social and what's not. And he's inundated with shoot, 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 shoot. And then a little plan comes across, well, maybe I'll just go to school and shoot people.
You've just done cause and effect.
There's no guilt.
Please don't get those people apart. They have cause. All of that is not true. You're spreading lies about people who are part of our society and who we need to love and take care of.
Most men are pretty hopeless, man. You won.
I don't have a target. I need a target. Target.
see the target. I can't wait till this quest is done and I can look for another Garibaldi artifact.
What's your story? Let the light of the new moon guide you. What can I do for you? Ain't you a chipper-looking one? We've been walled up for far too long. Any friend agreeing is a friend of mine.
bundles arrive, and they're so incredibly impressed by how women appear to know what to do, and then they think, well, I'll go off and do extra work and make some money, and they justify it in that way.
Christopher, I've heard you say this.
Yeah.
And
now you're hearing me say it again.
No, but my point would be that I think after the 70s that is actually not true. That may have been true, but I don't think that is true, that men are so less capable of dealing with children and that it's better that they go off and earn money. You know, maybe the mother could go and earn some money.
Or the alliance.
Did that never occur to you?
I'm not having any woman of mine go to work.
You know you're going to get into trouble if you go down there.
No, I won't. No, they don't need to work. They can if they like, but they don't have to.
You are joking.
No, I'm not. No, I would expect you to take care. Work if you want, but you don't have to.
You are the commander's son, aren't you? Yes.
Yeah.
You really mean that?
Sure.
You don't think women should go and work?
Yeah, I said they're welcome to do that. I'm thrilled if they want to. If they don't want to, they don't have to.
Is this you being ironic? Is this your famous attachment to irony?
No. What's so difficult about it?
It's just wrong. It's just absolutely wrong.
No, they're called the gentle sex for a good reason. You want to see them coarsened in the labour market? No. Not if they don't want to. They
You're
shouldn't
61,
they shouldn't feel they
not
have to.
180.
No, that's not good. I'm here to look after them. But no one got
Christopher, I've given you every single chance to opt out of that last statement.
No. I mean, that's my view. I don't think a Mrs. Hitchens should have to work.
It's been lovely to have you. Thank you so much.
It's very nice of you to invite me.
Please, a huge thank you to the sexist but charming Christopher Hitchens.
Thank you very much.
Good day to you, senior lady.
That was it, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You had to say yes. Thanks a lot.
Heels together.
Hillary from prison. What do you think of that? First reaction.
I do not like it, and I no longer want to talk to you.
That's okay. You don't have to. So, you're done?
Yeah,
all right.
I'm going home. Keep going.
Keep going. Keep on walking. I'm going to stand here now.
That's a nice jacket, though.
Maybe some assholes over there want to talk to you.
Light
bless you.
Here to see what's going on with the young people. Oh, you got kicked out too.
Let me recap on you.
No, you know what? This happened yesterday. I actually put a video up about the same thing.
Yeah. You're in our space.
Your safe space? Do you have puppies or kittens in your safe space?
Both.
Yeah, see, that's the correct answer. Both.
Safe travels.
Who's university? Who's university?
Oh, I gotta get this.
If you are allowed to express, I am allowed to express.
Why is Trump a white supremacist? Just give me one example. Why is he racist? One example. That's all I need.
I don't even need to say anything to you.
Oh, I love it. Because I'm a white male.
The fact that you can't answer those questions means you're not paying attention.
What does the fact that you can't answer the questions mean?
Do I need to refer to the fact that he calls all Mexicans rapists?
He never
He
did.
You're right. He did it.
He
did
did
not.
not. Good people.
Some of
them, he assumed.
Check your facts.
He did
Am I allowed to speak, or are you just responding to my point?
I am responding to your point. Bro, I'm like...
I don't understand the cameras. Like, you're trying to find...
Come on, how is Trump racist? Just name one thing. Just name one thing he actually said or did. Just one evidence.
We all realize that no matter what I say, you're going to try and turn it into
No.
something.
Please answer. Please answer
You're not
the
even
question.
letting me talk. You're talking over me.
Please answer the
question.
Why is Trump a racist? Specific reasons.
Donald Trump is a symbol of what is wrong with this country. Donald Trump is a white male who has inherited privilege that he cannot even, take a...
He's a fucking white male!
I thought you were going to say a specific reason of when Trump has been racist. That's what we asked. Not that he's what's wrong with America. We want specific reasons.
So you don't think building a wall in between America and Mexico is racist?
either have a border or we don't.
Border, sir. Every country has a border.
Walls are not racist. They're not semi-permeable depending on race.
And every
border has a vested interest in protecting its national security. Undocumented people are not a race.
Right. Let's talk about other countries that have walls in between themselves.
Like Mexico, where if you come from South America, they deport your ass.
Yep.
Are they racist against South Americans, or do they, like, you know, they have vested interest in protecting their national
Look,
security?
I am not denying that y'all have knowledge of what happens at borders.
I'm not denying you don't. But just to start the dialogue by calling us white supremacists, especially since a lot of us are Mexican, like it just doesn't create a conversation, right? You want to like have a dialogue.
The Donald Trump campaign is overly aggressive, and
like,
the fact
it
that
just
y'all are
doesn't
here representing
create.
it is why.
Hold on.
I
have to object because this young man wore a Donald Trump hat and got spit on, shoved, physically assaulted. Has there been cases of people assaulting Bernie supporters on this campus? We have one that's been reported. Has there been reports of Bernie supporters?
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
Now, yes, it's horrible what happened to you. I was overly aggressive to start this. I think it's undeniable that we have started a dialogue.
Yeah, I'm so happy.
What happened to you is not okay. My point about how Donald Trump's campaign is overly aggressive and represents a lot of things that are wrong in this country is why people are acting like that towards you. It's not okay that they're doing it. It's not okay that I started this dialogue by yelling at you. But there are emotions nationwide in this that.
Can you name one of the things about American society that Donald Trump represents? Because you say he represents the worst in culture. Can you put a name to just one of those
What
things?
would you say Bernie Sanders' #1 point was?
No, that wasn't the question. No, that wasn't the question.
But I'm answering his question.
Okay, let me. Bernie Sanders.
Countries in countries where 50 years ago they just took everything over a fire, people no longer have to stand over inhaling fumes, and they can now just turn on an electric stove.
Yeah, but in those
That's
same,
good. That's good for the environment too, because you're not burning as much.
No, it's not, dude.
Yes,
No,
it
it's
is.
not.
That's why air quality is improving.
Air quality isn't fucking improving!
Okay, I'm just saying that the level of dirty air particles.
No, dude. No. Don't talk about science and environmentalism when you're lying. You're lying to people.
How am I lying? What was incorrect? Our air quality is improving based on a measure of the amount of certain particulates in the air. I'm just telling you the level of sulfur in the air and things like that is increasing. Parts per million.
I'm saying that
I mean, these are real things.
business owners are incentivized
to conserve resources. They already are. It gets to that point where what action makes people
all of the
things
that capitalism does, though, comes at the cost of the rest of the world.
No, that's the problem. No, that's why you're wrong, because people's lives have been improving.
I'm not talking about humans.
Okay, well, frankly, I think that we should preserve resources, but at the end of the day, the environment is there so that humans can be happy and have a higher quality of life.
I'm sorry. It's so selfish.
It's not really selfish. I think it's selfish to put birds over human beings. It's selfish to want to decrease people's standards so that the people are easy.
I'm not decreasing it.
Look, you've had your hand up for a while. I'm going to take your question. Lady in the front there.
Look, my one question is basically, or my one comment, or passing comment, is that so many times you've brought up women in Islam. I'd just like to correct that I've read the Quran, and all Muslim scholars would agree with me that Islam gives women a lot of rights. We over and over give women in Islam through the Quran. I may not say it through individuals who preach the religion, but Islam through the Quran gives women a lot of rights, and I need that to be heard. I need that to everyone to understand and hear that. I mean, I am a young Muslim woman myself. I sit before you, I have a voice, and I can speak to you, and I can look you in the eye, and I do have my rights. And when I go to Iran, I'm actually Iranian as well, so when I go to Iran, I also have my rights. I need it to be heard that the Quran, Allah Subhanahu wa ta'ala gives us our rights. People, individuals in countries and people who represent our religion may not, and they may do the wrong thing to sort of stand in front and show us religion and preach us religion that Islam does.
All right, we're going to take those comments. A very passionate one of that. Okay.
We're not going to say there's a comment. I can see your face, I can see your hair, and I can see you sitting in the audience with young investors. Don't you tell me you can do any of that in Iran. No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you cannot.
I can. In Iran, in the Islamic Republic of Iran, where I have
You can
my hair would be out. My hair would be out because my veil would be little. My hair would be out. It may be covered a little bit, but just like in the Bible, in the letter to the Corinthians, it says to cover your head, to be modest.
It's a shame she spoiled what could have been a perfectly good statement.
All right, okay, I'm sorry.
Modesty would be there. I mean, you've been talking about these cheap jokes throughout this whole conversation, but you're the only one making the cheap comments.
You insult your sisters in Tehran who are being beaten. Who are being beaten and raped every day when you say that they have their rights in the Islamic Republic. It's an insult to the women of Iran.
I do not.
Okay.
But when you talk about apology, I think the one that you should really be apologizing for, you should be apologizing for 33,000 emails that you deleted and that you acid washed. And then the 2 boxes of emails and other things last week that were taken from an office and are now missing. And I'll tell you what, I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it. And I hate to say it, but if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like it. And we're going to have a special prosecutor. When I speak, I go out and speak. The people of this country are furious. In my opinion, the people that have been long-term workers at the FBI are furious. There has never been anything like this with emails, and you get a subpoena, and after getting the subpoena, you delete 33,000. And then you ask the because you say we're expensive products. So we're going to get a special prosecutor, and we're going to look into it, because you know what?
It's too far away.
People have been... Their lives have been destroyed for doing 1/5 of what you've done, and it's a disgrace. And honestly, you ought to be ashamed.
Clinton, I want to follow up on that. I'm going to let you talk about email. Because everything he just said is absolutely false, but I'm not surprised. In the first debate, the audience needs to calm down here. That it would be impossible to be fact-checking Donald all the time. I never get to talk about anything I want to do and how we're going to really make lives better for people. So, once again, go to HillaryClinton.com. We have literally Trump. You can fact-check him, fact-check him in real time. Last time, in the first debate, we had millions of people fact-checking. So, millions more fact-checking. With the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
We want to remind the audience to please not talk out loud. Please do not applaud. You're just wasting time.
May I ask you? And wait a minute. No. You can't answer the question. Oh, you can't answer the question, honey. I can't answer, so don't even try.
What attracted the father of the Orlando terrorist to your candidate?
He's a mentally ill individual.
Oh, that's what attracted him. I get it.
Pardon me?
What attracted him to your candidate? And your answer was he's mentally ill.
No, his answer that...
Pow.
Stop smiling and smirking like it's a funny thing.
This is Owen Schroyer for Infowars.com. I'm out here. Are you a WashU student? WashU student who supports Hillary Clinton. Now, you've got a sign that says, "Love Trump's hate." I've never really understood that. Could you explain that to me?
I think it's just that, I'm not well spoken.
Hillary supports love and Trump does not.
Yeah, there you go.
So that's what that means? Hillary likes love and Trump likes hate?
Yes.
What examples or what makes you feel that way?
Because Trump's racist.
What has he done that's racist?
Just everything, everything that comes out of his mouth.
Hiring people of every race, color, and creed is racist?
Well, not hiring, but some of the comments that he makes regarding different genders and different races, and just anyone who he doesn't consider a true American white male as
When did he do that?
I don't want to talk to you anymore. So.
Well, I'm not surprised. This is what happens when you try to talk to liberals who have no knowledge or information.
Well met.
Do you want to warn your friend about me before
We saw you were saying. But how come? Here we go. Let's go. Very dominant here.
Owen Schroyer from Infowars.com, dominating out here, as my friend here just said. Why do you have this sign, sir?
Because I'm very much against Trump and everything he stands for.
Okay, so what exactly does your sign mean, though? Love Trump's hate.
Well, I feel like Donald Trump does a lot of things that could be construed as evil, and I don't like that. Obviously,
Like, can you name one?
How about the video that was just released?
From 1995?
That was not 1995. That
So 2005?
2005, not 1995.
Okay, well, so you don't talk about that with your friends, you know, when you're out?
No.
You've never said anything like that?
No, why would I?
Okay, well, this man is a perfectly good, honorable gentleman, so I admire that. So don't you think it's ironic, though, that there's all these people out here that hate Trump holding up a Trump's hate sign?
What do you mean? Love Trump's hate.
Yeah, but you hate Trump.
Yeah, I don't like him.
So, but you're promoting love while you're hating a guy.
How can you support Trump?
Because I want to save America, personally.
By how?
Well, you know, here's my thing. Here's my thing. How about this? How about this? Oh my God. Here's the thing. There are bigger issues than Trump's rhetoric. Bill Clinton is a rapist, so if you vote for Hillary Clinton, you're putting a rapist in the White House again. But here's consensual. He settled multiple rape cases, sir. But here's my thing.
He's not running for president. I believe this is Hillary.
Do you want a rapist in the White House?
Hillary is running.
Do you want a rapist in the White House?
Hillary is running for president.
So is Bill not going to go to the White House then?
He'll be in the White House, but Hillary.
So do you want a rapist in the White House?
Donald Trump would be.
Do you want a rapist in the White House?
Hillary is running for president.
Not answering the question. Do you want a rapist in the White House?
Need a target.
Bill is not a rapist.
Settled multiple rape cases.
He's running for president. What do you not get about that?
Do you want a rapist in the White House?
Hillary is running for president.
Won't answer the question. Wait, you made it an issue about women. You made it an issue about women. So if you're going to call out Trump's rhetoric against women, why don't you call out Bill's actual rape?
Because Bill has nothing to do with this election. This is Hillary Clinton versus Donald Trump.
Bill has nothing to do with this election. He's campaigning for Hillary. He's Hillary's wife.
We're not talking about this should be about Trump's policies versus Hillary's policies. Yet, videos are being released that are showing what type of man Donald Trump is. Specifically, I'm referring to the video from 2005.
What do you think about the email leaks that show who Hillary really is?
I don't care. Hillary, listen, Donald Trump said on this video that he likes kissing pretty women and that
you don't.
Can I finish?
I
like
have
kissing ugly women?
many wares.
Can I finish my statement, please? Thank you. I don't appreciate that either. What I was saying was, Donald Trump said on the video, you can grab a woman by their pussy. Do you support that? Because you just said you support.
I support his policies.
But how can you say you support Donald Trump?
Hillary Clinton has said racist things, she's called black people super predators. Why don't you talk about that? Email leaks have shown how Hillary Clinton has called her own supporters dumbasses.
Donald Trump,
like you,
said that Mexicans are rapists and murderers.
Never said that. Never said that. He said illegal immigrants, sir.
Illegal immigrants that are coming into the country are
That's
rapists
right.
and murderers.
Yes, there are dozens of cases, hundreds even, of illegal immigrants raping or murdering citizens. That's a fact.
I think there are more Americans raping and murdering people.
So just because rape happens, we should just let it go on in more abundance?
No, we shouldn't.
Well, that's your logic.
But Donald Trump is saying that all Mexicans are rapists and murderers.
Never said that. Literally never said that.
How can you generalize a population like that? How can
Hillary Clinton said half of Trump voters are deplorables, and he's sitting here quoting a quote that never even existed. Never happened.
So why don't we talk about banning all Muslims from the country while we're at it?
Well, we are in a very... Do you think radical Islamic terror exists? Okay, so you wouldn't want a vetting process at all for people coming here from Muslim countries that hate our way of life?
Donald Trump said ban Muslims.
Didn't answer the question.
From entering the country.
Not forever, he said, until we figure out what's going on. Terrorist attacks have been happening in this country. Do you want to stop terrorism?
I would love to stop.
So don't you think we should maybe vet people coming from these areas?
How can you do that? That's stopping an entire...
Are you aware that ISIS has said they will infiltrate the refugee program with militants? Are you aware of that?
No.
So does that change your mind?
No.
So you want ISIS here?
I really don't want ISIS here.
I just tricked you, and that's what you said.
No, I don't want ISIS in our country.
Do you want to vet the refugees?
Muslim.
Here's the thing. Donald Trump has. Here's a policy. Donald Trump has proposed safe zones in these areas, so we don't just have to bring them here unvetted. What do you think about that?
I think that stopping an entire group of people, an entire race, sounds awfully familiar to.
Even if we're at war. Even if we're at war.
I don't know. That sounds a lot like 1945.
Have you ever read the Quran? What do you think about what it says about women?
What do you think the Bible says about women?
I'm sorry, are there Christian terrorists killing people?
Yes, there are.
Really? Really? Oh, okay. Oh, this is good. This is good. This is good. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Hold on. Hey. I want to tell you, I challenge anyone here, there's probably about 30 people, find me one story of someone saying praise Jesus and then killing someone. Find me one. Find me one. Find me one.
Every single time.
What? know what she's talking about.
Just because they don't say praise Jesus right before it, it is really as she said.
It's too far away.
Okay, so no one's gonna find the story of someone yelling "Praise Jesus" and killing anyone because it doesn't exist. Okay, man, this is amazing. You guys are tolerant of terrorism. It's really a shocking thing. I don't understand it. You don't think Islam needs a reformation? Do you think Islam needs a reformation?
No, I think the Middle East needs a reformation. Okay, I agree that there is problems in the Middle East, and I agree that there's a problem with radicalization in Islam.
And I would even agree that it's mostly us to blame.
Okay, but the point is,
are you gonna vote Hillary?
No.
Are you gonna vote Hillary?
Of course.
Of course, you're proud of that?
Yes, I am.
So you want a rapist in the White House?
Hillary's not a rapist!
Hey guys, it's Jacob Honeycutt. We're live on Facebook with a Trump supporter and a Trump hater.
It's too far away.
We don't hate anyone. I'm not saying that I hate him. I am saying that he incites me. I'm saying that he incites me.
Oh, that's right, because you don't belong in our, we don't have a right to defend our borders. You lock your doors at night? So why do you do that? You should open your doors at night. I would come in and sleep on your I would like to come into your house and sleep on your couch. Sir, I would like to get some food out of your fridge. You will? Absolutely. Give me your address. But I got my address. Why not? Because that are coming across the border with drugs and stuff like that. So
I'm not
we
denying
can trust
that.
them.
I'm not denying that.
So you have no valid point whatsoever. What else has he preached about hate? When has he ever said I hate you? No? Nothing? Silence is good.
I'm not going to argue with someone.
It's not
but
arguing,
I'm not
it's
going
called
to change
debating.
your
So
opinion.
you have your ideas and I have
I am
my
not
ideas.
going to change your
In a free
opinion, sir.
society, I can spout off my ideas and you come back
I am
with yours.
not going to change your opinion, sir.
So I'm trying to figure out where he is and where it's taking. What's he set the table?
I am not trying to change your opinion, sir.
You're never going to. I'm just trying to figure out why you think it's
I am not trying to change your opinion.
Is that your go-to, Brian? That's just it?
I am not trying to change your opinion. You are
That's fine.
entitled to
I'm not
believe
trying
in
to
what
change
you would like
yours.
to.
You can be hateful all you want. I'm just trying to
You
figure out
are entitled to believe what you want.
Why would you ban them? That makes no sense to me.
We're at war with that region, and we did the same thing in World War II. Actually, we are.
No, we're not. You're okay. Okay. I'm done. We're not at war with. I'm not at war with Islam personally.
We're at war with radical jihadism, which is Islam.
I'm done.
But yet you still say we're out of war with Islam? That is the most ignorant, stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Are we not at a war with radical jihadism?
Okay, but are they not at a war with radical Christianity, okay?
Where are we at war with radical Christianity?
Really?
Oh, really? I don't know.
Are you kidding me?
Actually, explain to me.
Just...
Where are we at war with radical Christianity?
Yeah, they're trying to target us for no reason.
Where are the radical Christianity war? Where is that happening?
The people in power. The people in power want to make us turn on each other. That's exactly why you're trying to do this.
These are radical Christians?
Get feelings from
I just
people.
want to know about this radical Christian war that's going on. I haven't heard of it.
Ask other countries. That's all I got to say.
Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, I actually lived in the Middle East for 2 years as a child.
That's really good. Now, if you could reply proper, you know, like assalamu.
You see, I had a. Yeah,
Alaikum
no.
assalam.
Yeah, not a fan.
Have a good day.
Growing up there as a young girl, I wasn't a big fan of like having to cover myself all the time. You know, the actual rape culture that goes on in the Middle East, and you know, throwing gays off of buildings and such. I wasn't a big fan of that. Being an American over there.
Neither am I, but you don't think Donald Trump is after the same policies?
I don't think he wants to throw gays off of buildings, no.
No, but he's openly against them in radical form.
Against what?
Gay people, Islamic people, black people, Mexican people. He's all about the hate.
What did he do to gay people?
He's openly slandered a bunch of...
what did he say? I don't know.
You haven't heard anything about...
I haven't heard him say bad things about gays, no.
Okay. Well, look at stuff from the 1990s.
You can really compare saying a few things to really throwing them off of buildings either.
You're right. You're right. Sticks and stones will not break bones, but words do hurt.
Yeah, I think I'd rather hear a few nasty words than be thrown off the building.
Me too. And that's where we're all the same on a human level.
Don't think it's quite a valid comparison, is my point.
Okay. Well, that's different. Have a good day.
I do agree that there is stigma that I have to deal with because I am fat, but I'm actually really in celebration of my body. I find beauty in diversity. I think we come in all shapes and sizes. And the assumption that we've dealt with a lot on this show is that just because you're obese, you must overeat. You must have an eating disorder. I know that not to be the case. I know you can have a healthy relationship.
Now, Mimi, you say this is misleading. Go have at it a little bit.
Well, I certainly think that we all want to feel good about ourselves. That's understandable. I don't think people should feel demeaned by their size. And I also couldn't agree more with the message of daily exercise. No matter what size you are, you'll certainly benefit from daily exercise. You can't be healthy without that. But then let's talk about where we disagree. Look, if you want to feel good about yourself, it's impossible to feel good about yourself when you're doing something that's self-destructive. Also, self-destructive behaviors that result in damage or debilitation or even disfigurement to the body, that's never going to be perceived as...
The thing is that I think that the HAZE approach, the health at every size approach, has been documented to work. And it's been documented to work year after year.
What do you mean work? What do you mean work? Because a health at every size is a lie. If you starve yourself to damage, that's not healthy. Or if you eat yourself to damage, that's not healthy.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
That's just not.
You're making a lot of assumptions.
That's like saying that.
Weight
Let's say you're a smoker. Let's say you're a smoker and have black lungs, and you try to say that's healthy because you don't have cancer yet. We know that it is actually factual that obesity is dangerous and it's connected to cancer, stroke, Alzheimer's. We even know it's connected to an increase in birth defects. So there's nothing left to debate.
Mimi?
It's not beautiful. It's not healthy.
I think that there's a very thick line between being politically incorrect and being racist. And words matter. So when a community of people that has been perpetually marginalized at institutions across America over history feels offended, we should
Evidence. All this is screaming and feelings. How about like a shred of evidence, even for the incidents that actually happened in the story that drove this? Really? Where was the police report exactly when it came to, for example, the first N-word incident that led all of this? There was no police report on any of that. In the second incident at the N-word at the University of Missouri, the administration investigated, and the kid's under investigation. And the third incident with the cop car,
let me just ask you this, because we're short on time. You tell me, Namigi, whether we are training these kids to be little cupcakes who never have to encounter anything offensive, assuming everything you said is offensive. They never have to encounter it because they can call the cops or they can get their administrators fired, or whether it's better to educate them that there are offensive things in life, there are insulting things in life, there are people who will say very incorrect or impolite things about you, politically incorrect things about you, very publicly, and in a way that you might feel very offended by. And you have to deal with that in life.
I think
you have
people
to deal with it.
understand that, but I think that, this is a blame the victim situation. We should be ridding the world of bigotry. We should be talking about that rather than blaming it on the victim who feels hurt, disrespected on campus, who doesn't feel heard by their administrators.
I love that utopia. It doesn't exist. It's not realistic. It does not exist. Good luck getting rid of all the bigotry.
The victim.
Well, we can all the bigotry. We're just going to wipe the world. We'd love to, but it's not reality.
They literally just fired a white guy for being a white guy, and he's the victim.
Okay, I got to go.
Not true.
Great debate. Thank you both for.
And they're jerks. Can you explain why in Chicago during Father's Day weekend, 13 people were killed, 53 were injured by guns when they have some of the strongest gun laws in America? Can you explain that to me?
They don't have strong gun laws in America because any idiot
Chicago,
can buy a gun.
in Chicago.
Any idiot can buy a gun from a gun show or on the internet, and there
yes,
are
and
no
they can buy it
background
illegally
checks.
as well when they're banned.
But back here.
Not if. Not if you have background checks, and not if you have.
I'm saying they can buy it
strictly-
illegally.
No,
they can buy it illegally.
This is precisely why you and the Libertarian Party in Canada and the Libertarian Party in America have no credibility. You are completely disregarded as a
These are
political
personal
force.
attacks, sir. These are personal attacks.
Is it on? Okay. I want to get paid the same as a man, and I think you understand that. So, if you become president, will a woman make the same as a man, and do I get to choose what I do with my body?
You're going to make the same if you do as good a job.
Yeah, I was going to say that I feel like it's incredibly patronizing for you to paint these questions this way, especially as a white man. I don't expect you to be able to understand what people of color are actually saying with regards to cancel Colbert. He has a history of making jokes.
Sorry, being a white man doesn't prevent me from being able to think, and doesn't prevent me from being able to have reasoned perspectives on things. I didn't give up my right to be able to have an intellectual conversation when I was born.
I know, but well, white men definitely feel like they're entitled to talk over me. They definitely feel like they're entitled to kind of minimalize my experiences, and they definitely feel like they are somehow exempt and so logical compared to women who are painted as emotional, right?
No one's minimalizing your experiences. No one's minimalizing your right to have an opinion. It's just a stupid opinion. I mean, it's a
You just called my opinion stupid. That's incredibly unproductive. I don't think I'm going to enact the labor of having to explain to you why that's incredibly offensive and patronizing. I just told you I wouldn't enact that labor.
Okay, thanks for being with us, Sui.
You've restarted,
let me
fair
just
enough.
stop you so you don't waste a line of questioning. I'm just giving you...
I love the mansplaining. I'm enjoying it.
You're loving what?
The mansplaining that's going on.
What
Just talking me through how by not answering the question,
what
by
are you
repeating processes which are not related to the question that I've asked.
What's mansplaining, Senator?
Well, it's the slightly patronising and condescending way that you're responding to my questions.
Well, I would suggest, Senator, that if you're putting the word man in front of some description of what I'm doing, you're doing that which I'm sure you're very much against, is making a sexist implication about how I'm conducting my role as
Well,
a man.
then the easiest way to do it...
Is that what you're saying, Senator?
Well, what I'm saying is that the way you've been responding to me has been patronising and condescending, and I have responded to that. So the easiest way to deal with this is not to have that way in responding to the questions I've asked.
Imagine the reaction, Senator, if I said you were woman-splaining. You're saying that I'm mansplaining.
Well, it is a term that's used.
Is it by whom?
Well, it is a term that's used.
By rude senators. By senators who are seeking to make gender an issue. Stop being a hypocrite.
Well,
Conduct
I doubt
yourself
it.
appropriately for this
Well,
place.
I'm sorry you're so offended by the use of the word. It is a word that's used. I'm surprised that you're so shocked by the use of the word.
No, I'm just calling hypocrisy. Hypocrisy. Thy name is Labor. Thy name is Senator Gallagher.
I was quoting Dr. Kelly Brenner of Yale.
I need a target. I don't have a target. I need a target.
I don't want to wake up and look like this. Why don't you say what you have to say and stand up for what you believe?
Oh, I was just tagging on to she was talking about the same Yale thing.
Okay, but let me ask you a question while you're standing up. Why is it okay for you to call...
opportunity that cannot gain weight, and it's just
So confident am I, you know, that they are the most intellectually lazy people on the planet. I wrote them a guide. I